Hello everyone. Good morning to one and all, and I welcome you all to the last day of Viva Technology. So we are starting with the pitching session for two of our space tech startups, Bellatrix and Adya. I invite Abhiraj from BNU to please take this ahead.
A very good morning to everyone. And indeed, what a wonderful morning it is. My name is Abhi, and we are the voice of changing India on the internet. Just 8 or 10 years ago, I could not even imagine that my country could be where it is today in terms of tech and innovation. But today, as we see, we have the most cost efficient tech innovation, indigenous ability to solve social problems, and most importantly, the will to do something different. Today, we are surrounded by leaders of tomorrow who are not afraid to say, yes, we are different. And since last 3 days, we had the privilege to meet some excellent startup founders, understand their ideas, and what they are doing to make a difference. Today, I want to introduce some cutting edge startups and their representatives to discuss some innovative tech they are producing and talk about the problems they want to solve. So, with us we have Adya Aerospace. They make prototypes and space systems for India and the world. With customers from USA, UK, France, Spain, Germany, Austria, Israel, Singapore, and Australia, the list is truly endless. We also have Bellatrix making new age technologies for in space mobility using electric propulsion and green propulsion. They showed me how their engine works and how they developed it. And I'm truly excited to visit their facility in the Silicon Valley of India, that is the city of Bangalore. So let's have it from the startup founders. So let's first start with Adya Aerospace. Welcome, sir.
Hi,
Hi.
good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. So, could you just tell us in brief what your startup does?
So today we are engulfed in data. And when we are engulfed in data, what's very important to know is there are birds in the space that provide the hidden plumbing for you and me without us realizing it. So much so that satellites enable us to watch anything live. Your YouTube video, the hidden plumbing is provided by satellites, right? Now the satellites are becoming smaller and smaller, and so the launch vehicles are also getting smaller. So what we do is we enable companies globally to fast track the design to launch of space systems. So we work with customers globally for launch vehicle customers, satellite customers. We are doing space debris tracking systems. We are also part of some lunar lander and lunar rover programs. We provide cutting edge technology to customers. For example, for one of our UK customers, we enable a remote powering of a lunar rover that is moving on the lunar surface using laser power from a satellite. So we have already given a proof of concept to the customer. Now we are getting into the realization of the full-fledged hardware. So we are providing cutting-edge technology to space customers. In fact, we and Bellatrix also work closely on some technology as well. Thank you.
Can we hear from Bellatrix? What do you do? What is it that you want to tell the audience?
We are a company specializing in different kinds of logistic solutions for space. So basically, the job of a rocket stops at ejecting a satellite in a particular orbit, and then the rocket comes down. So our engines actually help satellites move from one orbit in space to another orbit, and we don't just stop at making engines. Firstly, we make very innovative engines which actually cut down the cost of access to space, and it also disrupts the way satellite missions and capabilities can be imagined in terms of capabilities that a satellite engine can offer. So over and above this, we are also looking at other kinds of solutions. For example, one of the things that we are looking at is how do we position one satellite from one orbit to reposition one satellite from its own orbit to a different orbit, moving a satellite in space, in orbit mobility as we call it. And can we take multiple satellites together on a ride-share mission like a Uber pool that we do here, and then deploy all of them in multiple different orbits at a very attractive price point? So that's another technology we are working on. And we are very aggressive and very ambitious in terms of where we can take the technology to, right? So we are trying to build certain technologies which can take satellites as low as they have never been before, right? So there are some technologies which can enable such things. And within propulsion itself, right, there are numerous technologies that we are working on, all of which are disruptive in its own way and trying to revolutionize the way satellites are managed.
Speaking of propulsion, you said something about green propulsion. Can you tell me what is green propulsion and what your company is doing?
So if you look at how satellites were being launched and operated since the first satellite was ever flown in 1950s, right? So ever since then there has been a fuel called hydrazine which is used. The problem with hydrazine is that it is always very toxic and very dangerous for people handling these fuels in the facilities. It is not easy to store, it is not easy to transport, and a lot of times you have to manufacture the propellant very close to the launch base, just fill it into the satellite and then launch, because it is not friendly to transport, it might explode. And similarly, there are also various other environmental constraints that are posed by these factories. Globally, people are trying to ban this because of the toxicity. It is much more toxic than the gas that got leaked during the Bhopal gas tragedy, right? So it's also a huge risk for the people living around these factories. Europe already has put a ban on hydrazine, so they have got a cutoff last year, which is trying to get extended, but I think more or less they are already on the verge of banning this. So we came up with a green fuel. We just call it green propulsion, high performance green propulsion as we call it. And the interesting thing that we came up with is we didn't just give you a greener solution, but we also wanted to incentivize our customers to make that switch. So we had to come up with something which is more attractive in terms of performance, in terms of cost, in terms of handling, in terms of storage in orbit. So if you consider all these parameters and also the kind of power that you would require and all of these, so we have been able to optimize on all the fronts and give a much better product which is greener, safer, and better for the future.
Speaking of costs, I know that space must be a very capital intensive project or capital intensive industry. So, what made you think that we can do a startup in space, especially at a time where right now private enterprises are allowed, but then there was a lot of uncertainty a few years ago. So, what made both of you take up space as a sector for your startup? Can you elaborate on that, please?
So space is definitely challenging, and there is very little understanding of the space sector in the country. Investors are reluctant to invest into space, but I think the success of SpaceX and others are seeing more and more. You and me reading about space almost every day in newspaper. Now that creates some sort of attraction for investors. When we started, finding investors was very difficult, but luckily we have been able to raise funds purely from friends and family. We don't have any institutional investor till date, but we have raised around $4 million from friends and family.
That's amazing.
And with that, we have been able to take it to the next level, where some of the technologies that we are developing we are developing a space debris tracker, which is an active tracking for space debris. Because when you look at a debris, a satellite, once it is dead, it becomes a debris in space. When the satellite is alive, you can track it. But when the satellite is dead, there is no way you can track that particular satellite. So we have come up with this particular concept of a trace, which is like a nano or maybe a pico satellite, which is a self-powered, self-communicating device like an RFID tag that gets attached to a satellite, as well as to the spent stage of a rocket, which is also full. So you're able to actively track. And as the next level, we believe that we can go and grab this particular debris and bring it back to the Earth's atmosphere. So as we speak, we are seeing more and more traction among investors in the space sector, because I always say that we in India, we are sitting on a gold mine of space expertise, right? Because if you look at globally, there were only 6 countries that had design to launch experience. It was US, Russia, China, Japan, Europe, and India. Now, the US suppliers have got restrictions in exporting these technologies because of ITAR or export controls. And not every company wants to go to Russia or China to develop technology. So you're competing, and Japan is ruled out because of language and cost barriers. So you're essentially competing against European supply chain in space. And we, with our 6 decades of experience, and we are known to do space systems at a very frugal cost. And I think we are at the forefront of defining space. We can lead the space revolution globally by making it, designing and making it in India for the world. And I think the investors are now getting tuned to that particular investment in the space sector.
True. If I'm not wrong, just before SpaceX broke our record, we had the best record of launching more than 100 satellites at once. So just now, SpaceX broke that record, and probably we will be breaking that record again very soon. So very interesting to learn that most of your investment is from friends and family, and still you have managed to get so many international clients from USA, UK, France, Spain, Germany, etc. So how difficult is it, or do you find it really easy to convince other people from outside India, to invest in an Indian startup, or to trust your startup for that matter?
I think from day one thing that we started doing is that we said we need to aim for profitability. So I am proud to say that we would be one of the first startups in the country to be profitable.
That's great.
And we did a 5x growth in revenue and became profitable last year. This year we are again targeting 5x growth. So once you are able to tell your investors that you are just not burning money, but you know the business dynamics, you know how to make money in this particular sector, then investors will automatically come.
So what are some of the...
I've been taking too much time, I think I'll take you.
So speaking of near future, and as space travel is becoming more and more accessible, just the way more countries might be interested in exploring space exploration, the countries which did not have a space program just a few years ago, such as UAE, they might be coming to India, a country which has a lot of experiences since last 40, 50, 60 years. So how do you think private players can contribute or benefit from these newer countries who may not have that big of an ability but who have space aspirations? How do you think private players would benefit from that?
In fact, that's a very interesting question, because that is the biggest opportunity for which all of us companies are working towards. There are, of course, a lot of technologies in the US and quite a few of them in Europe as well. But I think there are, as Saju just mentioned, there are barriers to entry for some of these. And coming from India, we are today at a point where we can actually compete with these kinds of countries and then build technologies which are at the same level or if not better. So we are kind of at a level playing field, because this is not like the semiconductor fab area where we are left far behind and it doesn't make economical sense to now pick up and build all those facilities, right? So we are at a position to kind of aspire for these new age spacefaring nations to come to us, and we can provide these services to them. And the benefit that we can offer or bring onto the table is the immense talent pool that we have, because of which we can really innovate and bring up newer technologies at a fraction of cost. Because a lot of the companies in the West have already invented a lot of things in the past. We are reinventing the wheel in few areas because of some rules and regulations. But the cost of R&D or the cost of building these kinds of solutions is much, much lower here in India. But only condition is that you will have to home grow all of these and not depend on imports. Because if you are just importing everything and assembling in India, I don't think it makes economical sense.
Correct.
So as Bellatrix, we are always vertically integrated, and we are really focused on going to the grassroots and getting each and every subcomponent indigenized. So that is the approach I think a lot of other Indian companies also have to take going forward. And with that, I'm sure of the $1 trillion economy that is coming up by 2030, the space industry is going to become a $1 trillion economy, which is now a $450 billion economy. So of that, if Indian companies can take probably a 10% share, right, that is a lot of money and a huge opportunity for a lot of Indian private space companies.
Do you have any presentation, or should I carry on with my questions? Do you have any particular agenda for this?
Nothing as such.
Okay, then I will
we are
carry
happy
on.
to do a Q&A
Sure.
or a panel discussion.
Sure. So we just spoke about opportunities. Now, what are the different challenges and how the scenario in India is changing in your opinion, if it is in your opinion? So, what are the different challenges that you have faced so far, and what are the challenges that we are yet to address in the near future?
No, please.
Anything, right from
Yeah.
funding or right from pitching your ideas. You can share your personal story because I feel your personal stories will make a huge impact on the audience. Yeah.
We started in 2015 as a company, and maybe 2 years before that as students trying to build company, right? So we were in that mode trying to build a great organization. And in 2015, when we came up, there were hardly two other space companies in India, and none of them had raised funds. And when we went to investors, I think people were in total disbelief that an Indian company could develop something cutting edge. Because when you talk of space industry, you generally think about precision, the kind of technical capabilities that a company needs to possess, and the harsh environments of space, right? Everybody who has a knowledge of this area know that the moment you send something to space, it is gone there forever. You cannot go and repair it or send a service person or call it back, right? And these machines, machines in the sense, I mean, these satellites actually cost you several hundreds of $1 million per mission. And that is not an industry for somebody to newly start off right off the scratch without any technology within the homegrown country. If India doesn't have a technology which can actually support something like this, it's really hard to kind of penetrate, and that is something that most of the investors and even potential customers would actually think about. So we had to really use shoestring budget, show a lot of progress, try to get some contracts. Fortunately, we got some support from ISRO at that time when nobody believed us. We got a first of a kind contract from ISRO where ISRO gave us a contract to develop a new technology that they themselves did not have. So that kind of brought in confidence even within investors and looking at our progress even within ISRO circles as well. And with all of that, we were able to prove a lot of things, show that we were able to invent something for the first time in the world, patent it globally. So these were some of the milestones that we had to take up, toil the hard part. And we also became India's first company to raise a VC funding for the space tech sector. We had raised about $3 million in 2019. That was the first VC round. But behind that VC round, right, I call this the first mover disadvantage. We had to go knocking doors to 250, 300 investors and get a no from there. Because nobody believed that an Indian company can build a space tech venture. So that was one of the challenge. But even now today, right, as we are kind of progressing, one of the challenge still remains the quality of capability that exists. There is capability, but I think you will have to really work hard to extract the right kind of quality from some of the companies. We are really working hard towards that.
Sir, anything to add?
So I think in space, as a sector, there are three challenges, at least from our perspective. The first challenge is, as Yash has said, space is an unforgiving environment, right? You have to get it right the first time, because anything that you launch, a launch vehicle or a satellite, it has to work the first time. Now, in order to design and launch for an unforgiving environment, you need to have lots of experience. Luckily, we have that. We have got 60 years of space pedigree with our space scientists. But then the second challenge is to attract the talent pool. Right? The talent pool is non-existent in the country. So you bring in youngsters who are freshers from college. Their first priority is to go into a software job. Right? Space is not a very attractive sector today. No. Eventually we need to. The challenge that we face in talent is we bring in people, we train them for the first 2-3 years, and typically a youngster, fresh out of college, 22 years, 23 years, works for 3 years, he becomes a marriageable age, then a brand becomes important in the Indian market, right? So then he's looking out for the big multinationals to move on. And so today anybody who has worked in Adia, has got an open door with a Boeing or a Airbus or a Collins, they naturally move on to multinationals. So getting that particular talent pool and attracting and retaining them is the second biggest challenge in the country. We can have experienced people to mentor them, But then unless you have the talent pool who are interested in getting into space, who are passionate about space, it will be very difficult for us to grow in this particular industry. The third challenge that I see is the fast realization or faster execution to be ahead of the competition globally. Now, unfortunately, ISRO has developed an ecosystem of suppliers, but then these are all fabricators. They're not designers, right? So if you want, because you are trying to build the cutting edge, the next generation, I was talking to some of the people, they design a power processing unit where the form factor is so big, they want to reduce the form factor in terms of size, but at the same time, high efficiency. Now, as engineers, we can design the best of systems, but then who will fabricate this? And we don't have an ecosystem to fabricate the cutting edge technology in the country. Now, that is going to be a bigger challenge. Now, how do we overcome that is something that all the companies need to sit down and together and plan with the government and other entities. How do we make this cutting edge technology to be fabricated in the country? Which could include semiconductors, high-end, planar transformers, as they would call it, as all these technologies are non-existent in the country. And if we are going to go to an international vendor to get those technologies, it's going to be expensive. Then we lose our the cost advantage that we have.
Do you have anything to add to what Sir said regarding challenges? Because your perspective is a little different, his perspective is a little different. Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think I completely agree with the things that he said, because we are facing the same set of challenges out there. And I think additionally, when you kind of come into some of these markets, right, there is also some bit of impression that is already there in their mind that when their procurement people are looking for buying some of the things, right, they never have looked for India in the roadmap of companies where they can find these kinds of technologies. So today, if I say that I am an Indian company with all of these kinds of technologies, there is a tad bit of doubt that we'll have to overcome and convince them. So that is one mental thing that we are all trying to solve.
No, but my question is that a branding problem or is that a fact?
No, it's a branding problem.
It's a branding problem.
Yeah, because it was never existent, right? We are all new breed of companies who have come up in the last 5 to 10 years. And people have been used to that for last 50 years. So you are trying to change perspective.
Okay. Moving on, this question has been bothering everybody in the country since the last 60, 70 years, and it has not changed. Every time we have a new launch, we have the same question coming up, that why space? Because with a country like India, with so many problems, this question always comes up, that why spend thousands of crores of rupees on Chandrayaan when these many people could be fed? So this question keeps coming up. So what do you think is India's role in space? Because if we speak about historically, space has always been linked with politics and linked with geopolitics. But now as situation is changing, as India is not looking at being a country which is on the offense, but it is using space to develop its own to fund its own development, to be more indigenous in its approach. What do you think is the future of space in India? How can it have more practical applications that can make people's lives easier? So
I think, as I mentioned in the beginning, we don't realize how important space is for you and me today, right? Data is becoming as essential as water. Just like when you open a tap, you expect water to flow. Today, when you open your phone, you expect data to be available. Do you know how that data is available? If the satellites didn't exist, that data will not be available. Let me give you an example. Irrespective of where we are, we all watch IPL live, right? Or any test match, any cricket match, we watch it live. Or we watch an Oscar live. Now, how are we able to get that particular content on our phone? It's only because whenever there is a live event, you will find a van with a dish, which is actually uplinking this program to the satellite, and from there the content distribution is happening. But we take it for granted, just like what we take water for granted. Till we are in a shower and the water stops, only then we think about the plumbing, what went wrong. And only when we are in the last over of the IPL finals, And if there is an internet outage, then there will be a hue and cry as to what happened. You know, maybe because that particular van broke down or that dish broke down. Only then we think about the hidden plumbing. So data is becoming so important. For example, today we are so dependent on data, like your hyperlocal apps, like a Swiggy, Zomato, Uber. They all depend on GPS technology. What is GPS? Is a small chip on your phone connecting to a global constellation of satellites that provides the direction, or provides the actual geolocation of where you are so that the service provider can reach you. So we have to take space very seriously. Today we are dependent on third-party technology, and I always say these satellites or the space is a geopolitical risk for the country. In the world of a space war, if somebody takes out a couple of satellites that we have, imagine you without television, you without data, and you depend on a third party to avail their services from a third party satellite. It's a huge geopolitical risk. And that's one of the reasons why we need to develop our space ecosystem and to be self-reliant as far as space is concerned. ISRO has taken has given us the leadership. We should follow that leadership and become one of the best spacefaring countries in the world.
Just wanted to add a little more towards where he left off. So space actually is a sense of soft power. So if you look at countries and how they exercise power, there are various things that you can use to leverage, right? Imagine India having zero space capabilities and having performed zero mission and zero, in terms of exposure to what you can do in space. You are totally dependent on the West, right? You are not friends with China, and probably you are just dependent on the West. So tomorrow something happens and for some reason you are deprived of some of these services. Imagine the kind of chaos that get created in the country if you don't have indigenous capabilities. All of a sudden, possibly YouTube and Instagram are banned. You can imagine the impact that you would have on your own life, right? So it's always important for a country to have its own strengths in these kinds of strategic areas. And also in terms of military areas, right? If you are developing these things for Chandrayaan, there are so many spin-offs which can be also used in the military aspects for India. So Chandrayaan is the public face, but there are of course a lot of technologies that are built for that which are really beneficial for India as a country. And second, also you will have to look at how the politics is playing out. So initially when countries were developing nuclear weapons, when they formulated the policy, they were trying to look at countries which already had nuclear policies and they put them into a community and said that we are gate fencing this community and not allowing any other country to develop this kind of tech. So imagine something like that happening to a lunar mission. If some countries which had the capability go to the moon, they set up a colony and say that this colony is exclusive access to only countries which have the tech and we will not allow other countries to come in. If India is already there before these kinds of rules come in, we have already reserved our spot and we are no longer a developing nation which is far behind, right? So we are already ahead of the curve and setting examples and leading the route. So that is, I think, very important for a country like us with 1.3 billion population to actually look at these kinds of aggressive technologies, go on human spaceflight missions, lunar missions, and these kinds of missions as well. And if you look at, to answer the question on like poverty, food and all of these, right? If you look at the space budget of India, what government is putting onto ISRO, it is just around $1 billion. And in future also it might even slowly start coming down a little bit with the privatization increasing. So, and your military defense budget is more than $60 billion every year. So it's just a small fraction that you are investing in science and technology, and for a country like India, I don't think there is any harm in investing in science and technology because we are investing in the future of our own country. That is the perspective.
All right, great. So ending the session with a few fun questions. How far away are we from space tourism? How far away are we from a person like me being able to afford just to go a little bit in outer space and just experience no gravity?
So space tourism has already started. There were already missions with Jeff Bezos and Richard Branson who already went to space and came back. You only need to have that kind of money to kind of pay and go to space right now. They are inviting applications, you can sign up. But there are more and more companies coming up. The interesting thing is there are private space stations which really look like out of the world hotels in space where they can give you different kinds of experiences of deep space and all of that. Those are already coming up, and within next 10 years you are going to see at least the rich people going to space and coming back as tourism. It's already happening.
So I think one of the points you asked earlier about why India should invest into space, and if we spend so much of money, can we utilize it for upbringing our poor people and all that? I think if you look at a company like SpaceX, they started in 2006. Since 2006 to 2021 December, they had won $8.1 billion of grants and contracts from NASA and US Air Force. Imagine $8.1 billion. The first grant was $400 million of grant. Now today we all talk big about SpaceX. Now I always ask, who built SpaceX? Was it Elon Musk or was it NASA? Right? So the government support is very, very needed for Indian space program to grow, where the Indian ISRO over a period of time acts like NASA, and they become a customer to the private space companies. And if that sort of money is available, public money given of $8.1 billion, private money will automatically come. Investments will come. Today, if SpaceX is a $127 billion value company, remember the 8.1 billion came from government, right? Similarly, the government of India should encourage private space companies. That's very, very important.
Sure. The last question is, what steps do you think we can take to encourage, as you said, that there is a branding problem, that India does not have the capabilities, but actually we do. So what do you think, what are the steps that can be taken? Number one, from the government side. Number two is from the investors side. And number three is from the private companies side. So any inputs, what can we do to do better?
From the government side, one thing that I've seen from some of the European countries' consulates and also the US companies' consulates, right? These countries have offices and staff recruited in local geographies. Like, for example, there are people recruited in India, both Indians and people deputed from the US, who come here and just promote their companies' businesses within India. They try help those countries to come and penetrate the Indian market. They do the due diligence of this economy, give them a roadmap of how they can approach some of these companies, and also make those connections and set up those meetings. I think something like this coming from a government gives a lot of validation to a customer who does not trust a potential company, right? So because it's coming from the Indian government and it is validated. So that is something that other countries are already doing in India, and that is something that we can really pitch for and try to propose from India's side. And from investors' side, I think there are a lot of investors who invest in India as well as globally. For example, we have a couple of global investors in Bellatrix. Similarly, a lot of other Indian companies, space companies also have a few global investors. So if these investors try to kind of instill that kind of confidence in few other of their investments, that can actually start some sort of movement. And if some of the logos come onto your pitch deck, I think others are going to just follow up. And from companies side, I think if you look at some of the global MNCs which have offices in India, if they start procuring from the Indian countries, right? Because they would have certain obligations to fulfill in India to kind of have set up the whole thing here, and there would be certain obligations that the Indian government is putting onto these companies.
Correct.
So at least if some procurement starts from the Indian space companies, that can be a good starting point.
Okay. So
I think India already has a pretty good brand equity as far as space is concerned, because globally we are known to build space systems at the most frugal cost. So there is already word in the among the customers that people don't have to really spend too much of money if they go to India to develop a system. So there is a brand. But then, as Yesh has said, the Indian diplomatic missions should have commercial attaches who would engage with customers or come with us when we go for meetings. And I always say, with my sales team, I tell them, you really don't have to sell. The only thing that you have to do is to engage the technical team of the customer on a video call with our technical team, and the sale is done. Because 60 years of experience is not something that you can write off, right? It's tremendous experience, especially in designing space systems. So there is a brand equity already. We need to see how we can develop that particular brand equity to get it to international customers. And customers recognize today when we go and talk to customers to co-develop systems. So, for example, if you look at we do launch vehicle systems. So we started doing first for Skyroad, the thrust vector control system for the launch vehicles. Today we have got a customer in Australia. We have got a customer in US. We have got a customer in France. We just met with that customer in France yesterday. He started with a power processing unit with us today. Now he wants to engage us into designing thrust vector control systems. He wants to engage us to design the flow control management systems for a launch vehicle. That's a tremendous confidence in an Indian company or the Indian expertise. But there is definitely that vacuum of, for example, when we started with, Japan came into the world market, into the consumer electronics or cars, there was always, people used to say, but over a period of time, they were able to establish that brand equity. Then take the example of Korea. When the Korean brands came into the market, like an LG or a Samsung came into the market, nobody used to give it serious thought. I think now it is the time for India, and it's the time for India in space. And it just can only go forward. It just cannot go backward. Thank you.
So thank you so much for this wonderful session, and special thanks for the audience to show interest in Indian tech space startups. The great country of France and India have been friends for a really long time. We are partners in defense, civil nuclear energy, space and security as well. So now it's time to extend this partnership in business. Together with your creativity and our capability, I'm sure that we can achieve great heights. Thank you so much.
Really good. Nice questions.
EV Solutions. Please welcome the co-founders on the stage. We have Garuda Aerospace with us. We have Club First, Gen Robotic. Please. And FingPay. Okay, so hi. It's an afternoon, probably the lunchtime, and we'll keep it interesting. So I'll start with what has been your story? What was that one moment where you thought that this is a problem I want to solve? Where did the idea come in from? So we can go from Club first and then to Garuda in that order.
So basically, I'm from Jaipur-based startup, and we are the bootstraps. Uh, Basically, our idea is that where the persons having the very trouble and persons are working in the hazardous situations, like in the firefighting, either in the drainage cleaning, either in the defense sectors. So definitely the robotics is a future. So we make the robots for at that situations. Generally, what happened? People from the rural area migrated from there to smart cities and cities looking for the jobs. But they have to work in such situations, as other situations. Like people are migrating from the rural, working in the drainage cleaning, and people migrating from the rural area, they're working for the firefighting, because these small level 2 jobs, so they are definitely they are like it's very much serious, so they are losing their lives sometimes. And definitely in such cases government have to fund their families in the very huge amount. So basically our idea that we produce the robots and definitely represent our country at that level where everything is in beginning stage. Definitely robot is the part of the beginning. Yeah. So definitely we are stand with the 7 kind of products. Even you may have heard about at the time of pandemic that against the hazardous situation where the people need to have such support. So our Sona 2.5 robots was a very much viral at that time, who are serving the foods and medicines in the COVID situations. So basically at that time we recognized in the world that we produce such kind of technology that can be used in such kind of hazardous situations. So basically that is our core idea. And definitely it's a very new field. So at the such time it's very hard to understand the public to what exactly we are doing. So in these cases we started and we fund our company in our previous business. So that is our journey exactly.
Sure. So for you, how has this journey been and where did it start? Just want to understand your inception.
Hi, hello all. Very good afternoon and a very good evening in India. See, Garuda Aerospace was the brainchild of our founder Agnishwar Jayaprakash. He is the former Asian gold medalist. See, the thing is, everybody is fascinated about drones, and drones specifically speaking, all over the globe, people are moving towards advanced technology in terms of drones. But India was lagging behind in a very bad way. That is when we come in and with the support of the government, we wanted to build the full infrastructure from the manufacturing of drones to drone pilot training to how drones can impact the lives of people. So to give you a perspective, our agricultural drone is trying to create a revolution in the industry in the agricultural market. For example, our drones save time from a normal farmer will use will only cover 4 acres a day. Our drones can cover 30 acres a day. It saves 90% of the water, where per day 30 liters of water is saved. And since using its droplet technology, 60% of pesticides is also saved. So a farmer's life is getting easier. Generally startups go towards valuation of $1 billion, but our aim is to impact 1 billion lives.
So you have changed the metrics altogether when you say the impact is what the number is that you're looking at. So for you, sir, how's it been and where did the idea come into being? Who noticed this gap in the market? Would you like to tell us about that?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I just want to thank the Startup India team for getting us to this point and putting us on this stage. For a startup like us, which is about 8 or 9 months old, this is a major platform. And from the entire team of PiEV Solutions, a huge thank you to all of you and to the government of India for giving us this opportunity. To your question, I think this is what we're trying to do is perhaps the most important thing for us to do. Yeah, sorry. So what we're trying to do now, I think is the most important thing for us to do, especially when we're dealing with sustainability, we're dealing with the climatic conditions, the change in climatic conditions. There is a sufficient impetus or acceleration that has happened with EVs being bought. A transition is happening. I personally believe that this is probably the biggest event in the human history that everyone, it doesn't really matter whether you're in a city or in a town, you're in a country, but it is everybody from Alaska to New Zealand have been asked on a very tight timeline, on a very tight time scale, to move to EVs. So people have, even government of India have signed to COP26, which basically says that by 2030, you cannot purchase a petrol or a diesel car. So it's a massive, it's a scale of, and India has about 300 million vehicles, 250 billion bikes, then you add light motor vehicles to it, then you add trucks and buses, and I get tired just looking at the numbers. It's such a staggering number. And then obviously there are major players trying to create the EVs for people to buy, but then there's a massive other problem that has to be solved, which is of charging. Without the charging, that adoption will not happen. There is no way that people will actually feel comfortable buying the EV as their primary mode of mobility. And that is exactly what we're trying to do. And our problem for us is that we're trying to solve is how do we get 800 million EVs to charge? So we want to make sure that EV charging is available for everyone, everywhere, accessible, convenient, reliable, robust, makes, not very expensive, so on and so forth. So that's really what we're trying to achieve. Thank you.
Got it. So now we have Gen Robotic founder with us who will talk about their journey, how the idea came into being, and what gap did you see in the market where you thought that we should come up with a solution?
Hello, my name is Vimal. Actually, we started our startup from campus. So we are a student startup. It's happened around 2015. I studied mechanical engineering. My founders also from engineering background. So we were very passionate about robotics. We want to do some kind of projects in that. That's our preliminary idea. We doesn't know where we want to use it. And since we are coming from India, the cost of labor is quite less, and employment is also a big issue. So robotics, again, integrating to the society is an ethical issue as well. So during this time only, but we want to do robotics as well. So we find there are some areas where we can use robotics and artificial intelligence, where these are not taking employment, rather helping mankind. I'll just show you one area we are working, which is underground drainage cleaning. So drainage, is one big issue, like in India also, in like rest of the countries, where people enter and try to clean. It's a very inhuman job. Not just inhuman, many people are dying also due to confined space and toxic gas issues. So we felt this is a perfect fit for introducing robotics. And it's like a go frugal innovation. We find a problem and we try to solve it using advanced technology like robotics and AI. So that's how our founding journey started. So far, I think in the last 5-6 years, we deployed more than 500 robots in India, in different municipal corporations and smart cities who is handling underground drainage, and 19 states of India, across all the cultural and language barriers. And this is a perfect time where we feel that we can expand even to outside country. And I think in Europe, this is not a kind of social issue like what we have in India, but this is again a kind of cost and productivity kind of issue in Europe. And we also had a very good forecast about the European market on this front. And we feel even during the fest as well as some of the other programs that we are conducting, we identified that there is a need in Europe as well on the economical front, and we are trying to expand to here.
So my next question would be on lines on how is, so while your ideas do stand out, but are there any similar, obviously, players in the market who might be doing something very close to your field? What is that one USP or that three, four, whatever you want to tell, where you think your startup would stand out? So we can start with Pai we in the reverse order now.
Yes, hello, sorry.
So I was asking about your USP, which say anyone in EV sector, for example, you are talking about. So you versus any other player, what will your USPs be?
Yes, I think for me to answer that question, is it okay for me to play a presentation on the, yeah. So
Sure.
can we have the presentation, please? Thank you. So this is really our problem statement that we want to do charging for everyone, everywhere, and we want to be everywhere in the country, in the commercial spaces, government-initiated locations, residentials, highways, even provide solutions to the fleet. Next slide, please. As I was mentioning earlier on, so this is really a problem statement where we're trying to have we'll have 300 to 500 EVs. The question is, how do we charge? So we have set up this as our mission, and this is probably one of our USPs, that we are looking at setting up 1 million, is that number right? I'm not sure, but 1 million charging stations there, and 100,000 super stations. And we want to get to the point where we are able to charge 20 to 40 million EVs a day. So that is, I think these numbers sort of state what our mini USPs are. And before anything else, I just want to play a small message. This basically brings me to the value more than the valuation, as His Excellency Ambassador mentioned on the first day, that the companies need to look at what's your value before you start looking at what your valuation is. And for me, the value really is that what are we building here and who are we building for? And just to prove that point, I just want to show a little message coming from our future CEO from 2045.
Welcome to PIP. This is the year 2045. I'm Aragoide, the future CEO. Our founder, Mr. Iftikhar Ali, has built this company for me and my friends so we can enjoy a cleaner and a greener world. He believed that the future was electric and built PIP with some of his friends that made it happen. You see, dear investors, I love Pi and it's my future. Hope you have a great discussion with our team. I am sure they will have answers to all of your questions. We will love to have you as a part of our journey. Thank you for your time.
So yes, thank you. Thank you, Byron. So this really shows that we are trying to create something for our future. Because if we have to leave a cleaner world, EV as an ecosystem, as an industry, has a lot of dreams to fulfill, has a lot of engineering solutions to fulfill. It is not about creating an EV and putting it on the ground and let people buy, or even obviously charging is a key need for that. But I think the EV as an industry needs to become more and more circular, where we're able to create more mechanisms where, there are a lot of challenges. The challenges on the grid, there can be situations where the countries can run out of power. So that leads me to my next set of, so these are some of the other part of USPs as well. So we have charging, and we have our rewards card. This is India's probably world's first rewards card for loyalty program, that is, for EV charging. And we have created a program called My EV. I don't have a lot of time to discuss more of that in detail, but if you just have the next slide, please. Yes, so we're creating specialized solutions for the fleets, because fleets will need special care. And what we also want to do is we want to put monitor the carbon credit on the blockchain. So that's the other big piece that we're working on, to make sure that the entire ecosystem really gets fully integrated. Again, this is not many people are doing this. Our USP. Next slide, please. And this is something that I wanted to introduce as future of charging. I'm quite happy to be able to do this at the VivaTech, along with the Startup India under the Indian Pavilion. Please take a look. Thank you. Thank you. So what you just saw was a big engineering feat that we are undertaking, and we hope to launch this soon in India. And thank you very much for your time, patience, my startup founders. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. I think I'll move on to Garda now. What are the USPs of your drones versus any other drones that you see in Indian ecosystem or even otherwise?
First of all, I would like to give a heartfelt thank you to the Startup India team, METI team, DPIT team, and the Indian government mainly, because they've given a big exposure for us. Because if you take Garuda Aerospace, we are the leading drone startup in India, and we are the biggest startup in India in terms of size. And many drone companies are trying to start a startup, but they cannot come anywhere near our size. I think the big USP or ecosystem, what we're trying to create is, we are trying to build a full ecosystem of the drone sphere. We are the first company in India to get a dual DGCA certification. What do I mean by dual DG certification is, we have the certification to manufacture drones and give drone pilot training license. Like we have RTOs for cars, where we go to a RTO government center, we drive the car and show, and they give you a license. Like that, we have a similar use case for drone pilot license also. So people who want to take drone pilot as a career option, they can come to us. We have a 10-day curriculum where there's a practical theory and flying test, and we give the license as on behalf of the government. That is one of the biggest USP we have. And second is, we focus more on impacting lives. We are all our drone solutions from agriculture, defense, industrial services, and other parts are more focused on impacting the lives of the people. We don't go behind numbers. We don't go behind valuation. We get into ground level, do a proper root cause analysis, see where there is a challenge for a farmer, see where there's a challenge for an industrialist, where our warehouse management drone can help them, or a chimney inspection drone can service them, or a farming drone can impact the lives of farmers. And one of our biggest USP is, we are very asset light. We do not want to invest a lot in terms of assets. That is why we have a huge our contract manufacturing partners like HAL, BEML, who are very good in their field and who have the best machinery, best staff, who can do the manufacturing for us, and we can give the design, R&D, and how the drone should be assembled. And one of the even more bigger USPs, we have a proper trained team of 200 to 250 drone pilots, who it's the biggest fleet anybody has over in India. So any use case, any kind of a complex drone you have, these pilots are fully trained and they know how to execute the job in a perfect way. I think these are 5-6 things we have did it right, and we are more of customer focused organization because we care about impacting the lives of people. I think that is where we get into root cause analysis of the problems and see how we can be a solution provider and how we can actually impact the life and more than the business around over it.
Sure. So for Club First, similar question. What is your USP when you look at your sector, your competitors? What do you think makes you stand out?
Basically, our brand name is Club First. Again, the first stand for improvement in science and technology. So we are the first in some kind of cases. Like we are into the first who's introduced SLAM technology in the India. Again, at that time, SLAM is under research whenever we introduce this technology. So basically, that humanoid robot was the first in case of SLAM technology. Again, it was the first robot using the spine-based technology, the most advanced balanced robot in the world. Again, we have the patent for the same. And thing is that whenever new technology introduced the market, is required the two major things. One is the operation, second is the maintenance. So we commit all of the robots are very easy to operate and very easy to service because we introduce very chip level, integrated level components in it, and it's very easy to avail in the local market. So that is our main USP. Again, thing is that where we introduce our another robots like used in the defense purpose, the most powerful robot in the world. The payload capacity is the 500 kg. In this segment, is the mini robot, compact robot is the most powerful. It can drag a vehicle of around 10 ton. It's again the very biggest. The competitive segments having the very lesser capacity. Again, we are using integrated solutions, I already told you, which is already in-house. So we have in-house 85% manufacturing facility. We imported very less component and we have the 85% indigenous components in it. So basically, whenever you deploy a robot in the world, like if you use the word in the France and these countries, so we can give the remote application-based service itself. So again, this is a very easy to operate and mobilize. So that is our USP again.
Sure. What about you?
Actually, we came into underground drainage cleaning using robotics in 2015. We started in Kerala in 2018. That was the first product launch. After that, we spanned around 19 states in India. And specifically, when we started the project, the product called Bandicoot Robot. It's called Bandicoot Robot. And I think in most of the international medias as well as national media, that project got the title like the world's first robotic scavenger. So scavenger is the term which has been used in India for the people entering into manholes. So that is manual scavengers, and the name also manhole. It's for human being. But when we introduced a robot for that task, this become the world's first robotic scavenger. And I feel if for a clean tech technology, India is a great place because we have a lot of that kind of problems. And in the last 5-6 years, we actually handled, one of the most complicated terrain of underground drainages that's in India. So I think that's our greatest USP. So this product, if it works there for the last 6 years successfully in India in the complicated drainages, I feel entire world is a easy target for us. And I feel even if another company comes in another area with much more, easily and well-defined underground drainage system, they will not encounter the kind of complications that we encountered, and that's we sold in our product. So on that aspect, I feel Bandicoot is one of the great product. And secondly, comparing to other robotic companies, what advantage we have, because since our problem was more like underground drainage, so it's related to water, it's related to maintenance, and it's related to solving a kind of problem in a very confined space. So the USP of us in that matter was we used more water friendly IP68, IP69 grade technologies, and we are well good in making such kind of underwater application related things. And specifically, we are also very good in the capability of the company is very good in doing a human level task in a very confined space area. So I feel those are some of the advantages comparing to competitors in the space.
So I'll now ask you, because now you are in a niche field, what is the future like? Do you plan to expand into other sectors, some other kind of things that you're looking at? What is it in plan, say, for the next 2 years or so, that on 2 years or 5 years, however you want to define it, that this is what we might be doing in the next year?
So in India, the last 6 years was a great success, and introducing an innovation specifically in India and also to the government ecosystem was really challenging. But we felt it's worth it because the first thing we are changing the way people handle sewage. And we had that pioneer in this space specifically. And we felt even from the beginning itself, we understand this is not just a problem of India. Many accidents of manhole accident, people enter into manhole, is happened in a lot of parts of the globe. Even in US also around 1.5 years back, 3 people have died in US also. So we feel this is a problem for the world that's we sold in India. That's why we started exporting. So last year we started exporting. Malaysia is the first country we exported. And now we have a dealer in ASEAN region for the sales. We started exporting to African region also recently. Europe we waited because we just want to experience how the export in similar countries like India. Now I feel with that 1 year experience of exporting, we find Europe also can be something we can take, and US as well. So we are in the process of getting certifications for this market expansion. And we also identified that sanitation and underground drainage system is one area where Bandicoot robots or the solutions that we are creating can be used. But similarly, oil and gas sector is also have a lot of similarity in this space. So we find that can be a good adjacent market for us using our solutions. and we moved it. Already in India, we have a pioneer in that space as well. We moved our solution from sanitation to oil and gas also now. We have major clients like PSUs like IOCL, BPCL, MRPL, even ONGC, and all these companies are now our client, and they're continuously using, because this is a continuous requirement that they are having. Every year they have this cleaning requirement coming, so they become a kind of that kind of client for us. So oil and gas sector also, after 1 year, we are trying to expand to the globe. Wherever refineries are there, we can provide our solution for not deploying. You don't need to deploy men for any kind of maintenance in this confined spaces of refineries. You can use our solutions, which is much more affordable. In affordability also, since we have to compete in India with the cheap labor which is available for this kind of work. So in India, the products that we are selling is becoming affordable or break even within 1.5 years. So you can guess how fast we can get a break even in Europe in that case. So in oil and gas also, you don't need to send a person for this kind of job. This is not a job for a human. This robots can do it much better and efficiently and affordably. So that's the aim.
Thank you so much for sharing what you have in plans. Same for you, sir. What do you plan in the next 2-5 years for your company, market expansion, some new sector you want to get in, etc.?
Basically, we are working the different fields. We are working the defense. We are working the hospitality. We are working the education, even in the cleaning, drainage cleaning also. So basically, we are expanding. Currently, we are already expanding our market. Recently, the current affairs of the Ukraine, we are exporting some of the defense robot for the mining. There are problems with the detection of the mine over there. So basically, they are using the robot only one time. They are having the one chance to use our robot for detection any mine. So basically, we are expansion in the case of firefighting and defense over the world, because already we have taken the multiple certification for the same. Our robot is certified in the 4 and 5 cases. In the cases of the environment friendly and the use cases in the Europe, UN certifications and the attacks, etc. And we are developing one of 4 more robots also for the same scenario. Again, our humanoid robots are more popular and exported in the 4 and 5 countries at the time of COVID durations already. So we can say we are producing the world-class robots, and our Indian company L&T is promoting already our products in the some of their Arabian companies. So definitely our main target is that we are representing our Indian robotics, and definitely we are in support with Indian robotics, and we want to introduce the same technology among the world. And we want to be the main leading manufacturer in the same.
So for Garuda, what does the future look like? I think you already told you are a leader now in India, but what is it in plans for the future now?
If you take Garuda Aerospace as a company, we give more focus on building the ecosystem fully. For example, if we just got into a meeting with the French government and the French military, they were super interested to partner with us and to bring our drones there. We are trying to set up a proper ecosystem in India, and we've already set up 80-90% of it. We want to finish it up and slowly move to other countries. We've got inquiries from all over the world. You will soon start seeing news that we're going to set up drone schools and drone training centers in Africa. These will be because Africa is a place where there is huge amount of resource potential and huge unemployment is there. We want to set up drone schools there to teach them what drones are and how drone pilot training can be done, and try to see how drones can impact the lives of people over there. And as per plans, we recently raised $22 million, and at Series B round, we want to raise around $100 to $150 billion. And this money will be purely for global expansion. And I think one thing we are doing right is getting the right partners on board. For example, MS Dhoni is our investor and brand ambassador. He is opening up a lot of opportunities for us in terms of how we can move to other countries. Lockheed Martin is our defense partner. We use them for defense technologies and defense drones. We recently launched the drone called Vajra Defense Drone, where Lockheed Martin was the defense partner. And similar way, we've also partnered with Cognizant, where we are trying to bring a Uberized drone model, where this Uberized drone model is where there will be a farmer app where any farmer can book a drone through the app, and he can use it for spraying fields or any purpose. So we're trying to tap the right segments and get the right partnerships on board, and you will soon see news going us into European markets and African markets soon.
Got it. So for PyEV, what does the future look like, sir?
Um, the future looks very exciting, actually. We've had so many conversations about going global. I think the kind of ecosystem that we're trying to create around the charging space, all the related pieces, people are finding it very, very exciting. So we have, sorry, please don't play the video. So we have been asked to, come to Japan by one of the behemoths from Japan. This, you want to come to Japan? And I go, sure. And obviously, US is a market. South America. I mean, basically, what we're doing here in India, this is required globally. So we are looking at, we had some conversation yesterday by somebody who wants to look at us to accelerate for setting up in France, which I thought was fantastic. And also the super station that we just showed, this is a unique product. Would you mind if I just play that video one more time? Can you just play the video one more time, please? Thank you. With the volume. Thank you. So, thank you. You can clap. I don't mind. Oh wow! Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So this is a new product, and we are very proud to launch it in India. We believe this is a product that we will be able to export at least 500,000 units a year, if not more, because what this product really does is that it really brings in more intelligence into charging in terms of can it create or have multiple power source, not just the grid, but also look at off-peak hour grid power multiplied or added that with the solar mechanism. So basically it's a integration of multiple engineering technologies all coming together. And India is a great test bed to make sure that this is running correctly. The temperature conditions, high temperature, low temperature. Fortunately enough, in India we can choose temperature. If you want to go we want really hot, we go straight to the center like Nagpur. Or if you want to go cold, go up beyond Himachal and some places. So it's a great test bed for us to make sure that it works in all sort of geographies or all sort of climatic conditions. And that then helps us make sure that we are ready for the world to export. 500,000 units, I don't see a big deal. Maybe 1 million units a year. I see a bright future for the company and as a brand. Thank you.
So I'll move on to a little more specifics about, say, your team, your marketing, how's it been. So probably we'll start with Garuda, we'll go random now. Are there any challenges in getting the word out for your brand at the moment? Are you looking at lead generation more or brand building more? How's the marketing segment working for you? And would you also like to tell me about your team in general?
In terms of marketing, so one thing I think what we did right is we did something called Drone Yatra, where we purchased 30 vans, and each van will have 1 drone and 2 pilots. This is mainly for the agricultural segment. And these vans are traveling all across India. If you go to any village right now, you might find a Garuda Yatra van, where these pilots are going and spreading awareness of what the drone is and how this drone can create a revolution in the spraying segment. So we've got huge number of orders. So to give you current specifics, I just checked the numbers. We are sitting at the order of 8,000 drones. Just imagine 8,000 agricultural drone orders alone. So to give you a few specifics, we made around 50 crores in FY23 and we are looking to make 400 crores in FY24, which is a very conservative numbers. If we just blindly finish the 8,000 drone order, that will be around 240 to 250 crores. And if you take, we've partnered with MS Dhoni and we've also partnered with the Chennai Super Kings. We are the official drone partners of Chennai Super Kings, and Chennai Super Kings won the IPL last year, which is a huge PR for us. And we recently did an award function with them where we gave national drone awards. We invited a lot of our competitors, peers who are doing well in the industry, and we want to recognize their efforts on what the impact they are trying to make. See, one person cannot rule the entire world. If you are not going to collaborate with your competitors, collaborate with your peers, we are not going to grow, because that is the kind of sentiment or estimate we want to go inside the market. And in terms of team, we have around 250 to 300 employees who are working full-time. Our attrition rates are very low because we inspire passion. Everybody in Garuda is looking for the bigger picture, the kind of impact we're trying to make. If you see, Garuda is getting a very common name abroad. If you notice, the Xerox machine, the machine is called a printing or scanning machine. It's not called Xerox. Xerox is a brand name. But if you go to villages, they do not say agricultural drones. They say Garuda Kisan drones. That is the kind of brand. It's getting like a norm. They don't say drones anymore. They say Garuda drones. That is the kind of name we are trying to bring in.
Awesome. That's so nice to hear. So for Pi EV, for example, again, the same question. Is it lead generation, brand building? What are you doing in marketing at the moment, and your team, if you want to tell about this?
Sure. So we are really early stage. So all that you've just listed, everything is applicable to us. We need PR. We need our word to be out there. We need help from that perspective. We are looking to raise funds. So we're looking at a Series A of $20 million is what we're trying to raise. We want to leap. We want to be an exponential company. We want to leap from our stage 1 to stage 2. It's a massive leap for a small company to look for a Series A of 20 million, but that is what we need to be able to deliver the vision and be on the mission that we're on. So that will help us get to about 1,500, 2,000 stations in India, become a major brand. So Pi would be known as a brand relates to EV and various other things. Obviously not into manufacturing. So we need everything that you listed, from lead gen to help from the community, from the government to make people understand that what we are trying to do is very, very, very important. If we fail, that's a bad news. Because then what we are saying essentially is if charging fails, then EV adoption fails. If EV adoption fails, then the sustainability dreams of what we started off is at a question mark. And we don't have a lot of options other than going electric at the moment. We don't. So thank you for all the, for this platform, for this stage. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So as an add-on to probably to the same, just yesterday I was discussing, I think, with a speaker on how EV came into being. So for example, CNG came into being only when the public transport moved to CNG, and then there were stations put up, etc. So infrastructure was built, and only then later did the consumers adopt it, because they saw it is possible to, yes, charge it easily. So do you see some kind of a similar model which might work for a segment like yours, which is new?
That's a great question. Actually, when we were setting up our charges at IIM Bangalore, we were having lunch after setting it up, and there were a couple of wonderful students there. We were just having a chat, and I asked, what do you think what we did here? And they go, well, this is fantastic. This is great. This is exactly what we should be doing. We should have our chargers first, and then people buy EVs. So that was a great comment. I still remember that conversation with that particular individual. But I think this is a problem that we're trying to solve. Last things first and first things last, because it's again catch-22. Nobody even thinks about setting up charging stations if there is no EV? So I think the manufacturing community across the world have done a fantastic job, obviously led by none other than Mr. Elon Musk, about creating a new industry and opening the opportunity for electric vehicles to be part of the individual mobility. This is a fantastic revolution that he brought about. I think what we can do is create that secondary step to this ecosystem, which is of creating charging, which is what we're trying to do. But catch-22, you don't know what to go first with, but we know as together, we know we have to get to the point where people move to EV, people have the necessary accessibility to charging station, charging platform. Thank you.
Got it. So, for you, sir, how has your marketing strategy been right now to generate leads, to build your brand, and what does your team look like?
Basically, the word robot and the part of the robot is already become the part of attraction. You may have seen over there, people are already taking the selfies and taking the pictures of the robots. So the robot is already a celebrity. So sometimes we don't need to become a brand, and because already it's circulated somehow in the indirect ways. But definitely to make a robot, it took like a lot of efforts and a proper team. So definitely, me and my wife is already founder of my company. So basically, we both are the technical fields. She is the PhD in robotics in some kind of SLAM technology, and I'm in the designing other part. So what we have to do, we have to train our employees every time. So we have built up around 35 people in our company. So basically, robots doesn't require the so-called of man forces in the manufacturing process, because sometimes robot build a robot. So we adapt the technology to build up our system. We need to educate the people to require employment only. So basically, we use the technology in some kind of marketing, some kind of build up of the brand, and definitely we are the technological company, so we depend on some kind of technologies. And somewhere we are dependent on the government part, because our product is more focused on the government procurement. So basically, this is somehow the challenging again entire the world, because we have to take a lot of the efforts to make a product marketized in the government part. We have to prove again and again. So basic thing is that for the robot, if it is marketized, then it's already built up its brand value. So that we already done with all of the products. So our products all our products are the commercialized, and we have eight kind of robots in different fields. So we already covered the entire area of the market utilizing the robots. So currently we are focusing on some kind of major industrial kind of segment of the robots also.
So for for Gen Robotics, how has this been? And the team, how did you build that up? Also, again, similar question on marketing. Did you focus on lead generation, brand building by now, and what are your plans now?
Actually, when we started, the idea was to, we found a problem, specifically that people entering into drainage and they are dying. Literally, they are dying. So the initial idea, being an engineer, I'm a mechanical engineer, so the initial idea was to build a solution. Just to build a solution and show the world that this can be solved through engineering. So that was our initial idea. I never thought to make that as a company in a later stage. And we started working on it, and we built a solution, a wonderful solution. You can also see it there. The product is already there. It's called Bendigood Robot. So we built that, and then the question came, how to actually put it into the ecosystem, because even before that particular project, I have done many robotics projects, but almost all the projects, like we have created an exoskeleton suit when we are in college. It's like an Iron Man suit. But it didn't become a product, or it didn't went outside or serve the society, because engineering is something, and making what we designed to serve the society is a totally different thing. So that's how, on this front, I don't want to see it sit on the lab. So that's where we started to think how to, put this into the society. The initial idea which came to us was, since this is a social issue, we should become an NGO. So that's what we initially thought. But I don't remember his name. One mentor at one point of time, when I was discussing this idea with him in a random speech, he told me, don't go for an NGO, specifically in India. The reason is like if you can at least run a company in a very good way in India, that's actually helping the ecosystem, the economy, the domestic players, and even it's giving a lot of employment, many people. So you should definitely run on a profit motive. So that's how the shift of our venture as a social venture into a profit model is happened. Then we understand what we are trying to solve is more than the product. That's we have a solution to solve, but there is no awareness. Even robotics is pretty new into the ecosystem, and that's also you're going to use in one kind of very traditional ecosystem of scavenging or underground drainage system. This is not a popular thing. So our marketing idea was more or less again in a social aspect. That was build the awareness against manual scavenging, build the awareness that the people are dying inside underground drainage. Then only the ecosystem will start think about how we can solve it otherwise. Then only we can actually sell the product into the market. So all our PR, all our marketing, everything is a foundation kind of initiative where we are trying to build the awareness of these people and their harsh work environment and undignified life. That's what we are showcasing. And this is quite happened in the last 6 years. Now, even in the last financial budget speech, our financial minister, Siddharam ma'am, is actually mentioned that India is going from manhole to machine hole. So that's the level of marketing or PR that we created, and we moved the economy. And I'm really glad because it's not only giving opportunity to us, it's also created many startups in this space. And this sanitation is now, I feel, become a kind of topmost priority of the nation. I'm very happy about it. And when we say Bendicoat also in the time that we introduced the product in India in 2018, we come up with the tagline Bendicoat, let's change manhole to robo-hole. But at least now we are in that space where we are changing manhole to machine hole. So really happy about it.
Okay, so the last part of it, I'll keep it fun. So you have heard about all your pitches and your products. So for me, for example, I'll start. We can go any which order. You can tell me about each other startup or the sector. If there's one imagination or something that you have that this is what the future would be looking like for this. For example, for drones, it'll be if I can have a cab flying in the air, no traffic. I just reach my location when I need to. So probably we can start with Pi. Any idea on robotics or drones where you think this is a crazy idea, but if it comes true, it'll be great.
Sorry about that. I think the initiatives that the robotics that I've talked in length with him. I've talked in length with Raghav and Madhu, what they're doing with the drones. I think these are phenomenal shootouts from our community, from the country. I would have personally loved to be a part of some of these things because I really think that what they're doing is fantastic. I have even shared one of the vision that we have for Pi that it's too early for us to even talk about, but I have shared some of the vision with Raghav and Madhu on the drone part. Not necessarily a drone, but I believe the roads perhaps in 5 to 7 years time is probably at EOL, it's end of life. There is the jam in the road is getting to a point where your desire to move from point A to point B does not exist. So you have to have a different mobility. We have Raghav and I. We discussed about this. That how do we make that thing of a possibility? And that is one area where we want to collaborate on and see what else we can bring. But I love what
probably an EV charged vehicle which can go.
So I would thank Startup India and DPIT and Meti team. We've already started a collaboration. We are looking. So one thing I missed to tell you guys was we are trying to build a drone spectrum. This drone spectrum will be like an airport authority where every drone moving on the sky will be mapped to a server and every takeoff and every landing will be recorded. So So as she rightly said, we are in progress of doing a drone taxi. Drone taxi is coming soon. In 1-2 years time, we'll give you the first prototype and you will be the first person to fly.
And we might be doing that too.
Exactly. We can do it together.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so an EV charged drone flying me off to places. What about you guys? What do you think is a crazy scenario, say, in drones, in electric vehicles that you're looking forward to?
Actually, concern of the robotics, now is the time for the collaborative robots. Collaborative means earlier the robots are working for the industrial purpose and they are barricaded in the fencing. So now the part of collaborative robots, and you are already seeing the most of the robots are here, the collaborative, they are working with the humans. So definitely we are in scene that most of the robots are helping hand to the persons. Definitely we are not in favor that they are replacing the work of the human, but definitely they are the support system. So we are building such kind of robots that are helping understanding the robots from the OpenAI. Already is the chat GPT already introduced the our one of the robots is Sonar 3.5. That is much kind of human interactions it can do. So that would be our future of robots definitely. That can be become a kind of a human. That can be the world-class robot you can say, but that can work like a human. That can serve like a human. That can help like a human. So we are making the robot the similar like a human. That is our future, and we are too patient for that.
Sorry. One crazy idea I think I have seeing your mini tank is, if you can build mini tanks, say if you a pattern of 100 tanks and you fix it in below the buildings. What if we have movable buildings? So today I want to live in Chennai and in 1 month I can move the building to Bangalore. I think that will be a really crazy idea, because you said that your mini tanks can hold 500 kgs to 1 ton. If there are say 100 mini tanks and I can move my building wherever I want.
It'll revolutionize the real tech for sure.
Actually, it does happen. This is the kind of the synchronization between the robots, like the swarm robots. This technology called as the swarm robots.
We have swarm drones.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. All of the robots communicate with each other. It takes the little bit of synchronization with all of the technology, all the motherboards. So definitely it can be done.
Super, sir.
It's a good idea.
So I should talk about drones or I should talk about robots?
Any crazy idea?
okay.
I would say it will be better if it's cross sector. But yeah.
Crossing, like I need to talk about drones. I'm not getting any idea at this moment. It's a really pressurizing situation.
I think very focused on your product.
Yeah. So maybe I'll tell about my product, because that's where I really focused and thought about the future. This is my dream, that we'll be having a world where all the confined space issues, or either it is nuclear, either it is a war, or even underground drainages, the drain cleaning, all the menial tasks will be done by robots. And life will be like we as a humans, we can focus more on what we really like to do, and have a better focus on our time. This is a dream, but specifically in sanitation, I'm seeing in 5 years of time, specifically in India, at the speed what is happening and the adoption, we will not be having any humans in at least going into underground drainage system.
I think
everything
your
is
Iron Man idea, that was a crazy idea. If people can fly like Iron Man. Probably I'm very caught up with the traffic and I'm only focusing on that.
If you are not going to build Iron Man, we will build drone taxis.
actually I'm planning to build Iron Man just for a marketing purpose for our company.
First suit, my size.
That's a little difficult, I feel.
Very bad.
Okay, so thank you so much for all of you to be in this very conversation,
Thank you.
very candid conversation, and anything that you want to close the session with.
No,
I just want to say thanks to India for bringing us here and helping us to have a experience of the European market. So really thanks to DPIT and Invest India, everyone. Thank you so much.
And I just want to say that in a couple of days my wedding anniversary, so just want to say love you to my wife. Thank you.
Okay. Great.
I think
Yeah.
one thing is I would mention all the startups. I think this time, this for the VivaTech conference, the pool of startups being selected by the MeitY, DPIT, and Startup India was very good. It was the right mix of raw talent who are trying to actually change or create. See, the meaning of a startup, as per me, is anything which can go 100x. I think every startup idea over here can easily be 100x. And I think they
I
have the
agree.
right talent and the right diverse pool we are trying to bring. I think that's a very good aspect which I could see in this conference. So thanks the Indian government, MeitY, DPIT, and Startup India team. You guys are taking phenomenal efforts to create awareness.
Yes, and the kind of startups here, I was mentioned to some of the people here that I was, they're great startups, great diverse platforms here, and like Raghav said, any of these can blow, but it's a great ecosystem that we have created here. Thank you so much once again. Thank you.
Kindly do visit Bandicoot Robot, which is there.
Actually, first, thanks of all for the Startup India to give such opportunity over here. Better thing is that what I learned from last 3 days, that whatever we have built up over here, that is much crazy, and whatever built up in India, again, is a much powerful. Because people, whenever I talk about the specs, my robot among the French and the international peoples, they are very surprised. That is my proud that we have definitely we have built up such thing because of their startup India mission. Whatever they are giving the facilities to us over there, definitely much encouragement of our Prime Minister, definitely, that we have built up a world-class things that people charge, definitely they are surprising that is it, this can do something, definitely it's the much great. And again, the challenging to the such kind of robots and such kind of technology, again the future is much challenging for us, but I hope Startup India would recognize us in each and every segments of our part. And I'm much thankful
He's
for that.
indirectly asking for a ticket for all the events. Plus one.
I think for me, the end of the session is mostly here, but I'm looking forward to these crazy ideas that we just discussed being implemented by you all, probably in collaboration, and that might be the future.
I can assure you there's a lot more crazy ideas. Just after this, there's a lot more stuff that we have to do.
I think we're setting the right tone. To be very honest, all the people who came and saw the Indian pavilion, they were impressed with the kind of technology we're building. India
Exactly.
is slowly moving from a resource market, or people just think we have good engineers, we don't have anything else. But kind of the technology we are building and kind of the advancement we are doing, I think we're setting the right tone that we are the right place and the right time, and the next century is going to be Indian century.
I think it is innovators like you who have changed the landscape and the perception of the market. So thanks to you guys and all
Thank
the
you.
best.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much,
Thank you.
everybody.
Thank you.